Miss Cheryl, Master Ron. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Daisy, where are you? Miss Daisy? You're not in my room. John! John Yo. What's up, Mr. John? Mila. Hello, hello. Anybody there? What happened to my music? Oh, there it is. There we go. So, how are you guys? How are you, Daisy and Mila and Ron and Cheryl? We're doing the double. We're doing the double live stream over here and over there. Maybe, wait, let's see. I can do two cameras here. Let's do this. Wait, watch. Ah, there. There she is. There's Mila. Thank you, Cheryl. Oh, let me give you, I see you, Mila. I see you. Let me give you a jacket. Give me a second. One moment. Wait long. Okay, Cheryl, you're a moderator. And Mila. Let's do Mila. Okay, Mila, you're good. And, oh, Mr. Moore from Spain. And Master Ron, you get a moderator too. And John, you want a moderator? Let's make you a moderator also. And Cheryl, did I do Cheryl already? Yes, I did. Okay, I think I got everybody. Yeah? Good? All right, there we go. All right. I think we're all caught up, basically. You're welcome, John. I was live streaming. Wait a minute. Over on Daisy's live stream. But I dropped off of her live stream already. So now I'm by myself over here on my live stream. It must have kicked me off. Or maybe YouTube kicked me off. Not sure. And I was talking to Capitana Mila and Master Ron and Cheryl, Bernardo. The name of the live stream, the host is Daisy Lotto, L-O-T-O. Daisy Lotto. This one. That's her live stream. So what's up, Mr. John? Oh, I'm just feeling disappointed that our president didn't put his hand on the Bible when he was sworn in, seeing how he's selling them. That's a good point. I missed that. Don't they usually do that? They say, "So help me God," when they swore him in. I thought they normally do that. Don't they normally put out the Bible, and he puts his hand on it while he's repeating after the... That's a good point. I missed that. What's up, Mr. Moore? Where are you? You're back here. There he is. ¿Cómo estás? More? John, where are you again? I'm going to keep asking until I remember. Are you guys there? Hello, hello. There we go. Oh, she was? Oh, I didn't even see that. But he should have. Oh, he should have. His wife was standing by him holding the Bible. Yeah, yeah. That would have been pretty cool. That would have been even more appropriate. Have them both standing there. Well, she's not being sworn in, but she could at least hold it. Yeah. That's right. You're in Iowa. Okay, what's going on here? Thomas. Oh, she was. She was holding the Bible? I'll have to rewind that or look at it again. Thomas. I call you Tomas because back in the 80s, I climbed with a guy from Norway, Tomas Einevold. I think it was Einevold. I think it was Tomas Einevold. He was from Norway. Yep. Yeah, we did a route called Illusion Dweller, and that was the name of the climb at Joshua Tree National Monument. Yeah, how icy is it in Iowa, John? It's down in the single digits tonight. It'll be 8 tonight, the low of 8. It was a high of 24 or 26 today. Side. I saw the news. All the adults were playing out in the snow. It was some of them their first time seeing snow. More. How about you? What's it doing in Spain this time of the year? Excuse me. 47 degrees. No. What's the temperature right now? Um, 50 degrees in Madrid. How about you, Thomas? What part of the United States are you? Daisy, there you are. Hey, did I log from your stage? Because I did not drop down. Did it automatically log me, Daisy? Because I look and then I'm not on your stage anymore. I said, what happened? You're welcome. Oh, I did. Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't on purpose. It was just spontaneous. Spontaneous log. I don't know either. Maybe YT log me because I cannot do two at the same time. Something like that. Maybe. Yeah, I was on stage over as a co-host on stage, and then I went live. I was double dipping. I think. Look at that! I got a hair hanging off my finger. You know what? Let me take it off. It's time to let it heal or dry up a little bit. So, and now my finger's all sticky. Ugh, it's like glue. Goodness gracious. Let me see. Is there something I can... Oh, here's something. Here's a glasses wipe. That should help. One of these. Okay, I need more guests. I've only got 4 people. Oh, I'm picking at my fingernail, and I ripped off the skin, off the cuticle. And it was just creating a mess, bleeding a little bit, seeping, and I was getting it all over everything I was touching, so I had to put a Band-Aid on it to stop it. And now I'm all better now. How about you, John? What's the latest there in Iowa besides icy weather? Really nothing going on here. Everybody's staying indoors, working, coming home, staying indoors. The roads are empty. I don't even hear traffic at the airport. We're right next to the airport here in Atlantic City, and we're at the, when they take off, we can't see it because the forest is covering it, but the tail end, the engine is facing our house. So when it takes off, it's like earthquake. Not really, but it's loud and rumbly. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, speaking of, where's my coffee? Oh, here it is. Right over here. See, I did my homework this time and brought down, I think, everything. Hey, speaking of, I just released, I don't know if you saw it on my channel. I just cut about 3 minutes of video from my live stream on Monday. Yeah, this past Monday. Well, it was actually Tuesday morning. I kind of forgot about Monday night, so I ended up going live at 1:30 in the morning. And I clipped about a 3-minute little segment out of that and posted it. So you can see it on my channel. Should be on the front page. It's along the line of You've already heard it before. It's explaining. Uh, the emphasis is on what shall a man. What is it again? What is a man if he gains the whole world but loses his own soul? I didn't quote that exactly right, but along that line, that verse. And it talks about, what that verse means. Good works versus belief in Christ, and the difference between the two. Why works doesn't work. Explaining who we are spiritually and what's going to happen to us physically because of it. And there's nothing we can do to change that. We have two problems. We're sinners and we're dying because of it. So how are we going to reverse that, condition? And the answer is we can't. So all that's going to happen if we do good, that society, and it is good, even in a Christian's eyes, helping the poor, feeding the homeless, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, paying it forward, all these cliches that we use today. They're good deeds, but that isn't what is required to overcome our problem. So if we do that without knowing the truth and we take our last breath, we end up taking our last breath as good sinners. It's like, it doesn't change the fact that we are sinners and that we're going to die because of it. So there's got to be something else required besides works that's going to erase that sentence that we have with death. We've got to have a judge that is graceful enough, getting what we don't deserve, to forgive us as if it never happened, and enable us to resurrect after we take our last breath. So in order to redeem those two things, because it happened in the flesh at the beginning, it has to happen in the flesh at the end. That's why Christ came in the form of a man, was to redeem us, the flesh, of those two things. And he's the only one that could do it. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense when you understand it. It's like, oh, so that's the video is basically going into detail a little bit about, the basics behind it. That's right. Well, I even mentioned that, John. I said, so if you do, when you do believe, everything that comes out of your mouth, it has no choice but to be good. It's like, it's the fruit of what was put into your heart. What was put into the miracle grow that was put into the roots of the tree produced good fruit. So now even when we're not doing so well, when you're going through some valleys, or maybe you made a mistake, and you burned a bridge as a Christian, even then, you're blessed when you take your last breath. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow thee all the days of your life. That's now. And ye shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. That's after. That's why the verse says, all things work out for the good, but the end of it is the kicker. To those that love God. So the reciprocal of that is those that don't love God, not everything works out for the good. Once they take their last breath, they're screwed. everything that they did good in their life was for nothing. It's like, it makes so much sense. So, yeah, that's right. That's the only way our sins could have been forgiven. Somebody had to have gone through everything that we've gone through. All of us, past, present, and future. Can you imagine taking upon yourself? It's unfathomable. It's supernatural. We can't even fathom what it's like to have that amount of suffering in us at once. So much so that the stress that your body is going through makes you bleed from your pores outside the surface of your skin. Survivalist. What's up, brother? Momshi. Doc. ¿Cómo está? Magandang gabi. Magandang umaga in the Philippines. What's up, survivalist? That's right, it's 9:23. Awesome. Your English improved? Or mine? Momshi Bing. Jay Zach. What's up, brother? Oh, yours did. Good job. I see that. It improved. What's up, man? Yeah, I've thought about that too. You know, I was just talking to my son, Jordan, and I just recently I forgot the exact subject, but when I read the Bible or any history book for that matter, you know, I try to imagine what was it like, or for instance, some of the people that immigrated to America, you know, from foreign countries that went through the Statue of Liberty when they got here. I just recently did a walking tour, a guided tour of the history of Statue of Liberty, and the tour guide, you know, gave us a history lesson on the island, Ellis Island, and you see the pictures, the black and white pictures when you walk in through the museum and all that, and it's tough to put yourself in that place, you know, like really, what was it like, you know, to wear those clothes and to suffer like they did and go through the medical background checks that they put them through, and almost humiliation, you know, that families, foreigners, anxiety that they went through just trying to get into America. You what? 2 bones and tore my bicep. What the heck? Lady! Jing! How are you, dear? ¿Cómo está? Mustaka. Wait, I'm going to make you a moderator here. You notice, if you're wondering, I'm making all the Filipinos moderators. I've explained that to some of you before. And yeah, tell me what happened, Zach. Momshi, you get one also. And the reason why is because many of them, if not all of them, that are involved in this Filipino live streaming are growing their YouTube channels. And they get subscribers from you and me in the chat room or in the live stream. So in order to do that, they need to be a moderator in order to post their link for others to see and click on. And then others go to their channel, click on subscribe, click on the like button, watch the video, leave a comment, and then they come back in the chat room and they click on somebody else. And the others are doing the same thing. So it's kind of like an exponential way of getting subscribers. until uh, they get monetized, and then that's their goal, is to get monetized. You're welcome, Mumshi. You fell carrying a baby down icy steps. Oh my gosh. Oh, you did whatever you could to keep your body underneath it. I can imagine. Oh, I know. I've held on to babies' arms while they're dangling their whole body weight on their arm as my arms extended above me, trying to keep them from hitting the ground or falling off the couch. Or yeah, I've grabbed them by the ankle upside down, my own kids. Whoa, as you lift them up in their heads, and they're all freaking out and freezing in that stiff body position because they just were falling through the air, but you happen to catch them. Oh my gosh, Zach. Yeah, not everybody, John, is in YouTube to create content. I just happened to learn about it, over 4 years ago, and the rest is history. Now, what did you do? Let's see. Did you break something? You broke 2 bones? In your wrist, by any chance? In your lower arm? Or in your fingers? Or the best part, I bought a stick shift car 3 days ago. Which arm did you? Well, either one, you're screwed. You can't shift and you can't steer. Oh my gosh, Zach. But you know what? That's exactly what ice does. Forearm and near your shoulder. Oh my gosh. That sucks, dude. Well, at least you're young. That's the best thing you got going towards you. You'll heal a lot quicker than I would, so. Goodness gracious. So what kind of pain control are you on right now? Yeah, really. You saw what did the ER give you? They probably gave you Tylenol with codeine, or better. Oh, you're just eating the pain? Ay. Over the counter, at least, try Motrin. Motrin's, well, I don't know if you're bleeding, if you've got any bruising from it, but Tylenol might just be the best thing until you see the doctor. Yeah, ibuprofen at the ER. So they went ahead and gave you the Motrin. Do you notice any bruising in your hand or anywhere? Third eye. Nelson. Hey guys, appreciate you coming in. Really. Thank you. And don't forget the like, everyone. The thumbs up. Don't forget the thumbs up. Let's see how many we can muster up. Hey, last live stream, Zach, I ended up getting like 40 people liking it and 4.2 thousand viewers. Yeah. Thank you, Nelson. So, Nelson, you're Filipino. ¿Cómo está? Well, it was just pointed out to me by somebody. I didn't realize, but it still doesn't come close to the Monday before, last week. Gosh, that was the one that went totally berserk. I ended up with 120 likes and over 14,000 views. That was like a freak evening. Nelson, saan ka nakatira sa Pinas? I'm asking him, where in the Philippines does he live? or from? San Mateo, Rizal. There's another visitor in my chat. Not now, but a lady who lives in Rizal. I forget which community she lives in. I forget, but she's closer to Manila. She's not South Rizal. She's in the north, living in a um, housing. What do they call that in Rizal? They have different sectors, or no? Konti, Mamshi. Konti lang. Gamay gamay. What's shaking? Welcome back, Bacon. Welcome back, Bacon. Mamshi, how about you? Are you Tagalog or Bisaya? Bisaya ka, Mamshi? Or Luzon? Third eye, better than I deserve. Every day, all the time. Ah, Bisaya, Mamshi? Bing, I'll call you Bing. Of course. Only in the Philippines. Bing, bong, bong bong. Oh, Tagalog. Oh, you're... No, wait. If you're from Davao, you don't speak Bisaya? Mamshi? Are you from Luzon, now living in Davao, or... Oh, you also speak Bisaya. Okay. Ayo, maayong buntag diha guapa. So you live in Taga Davao, Norte, Sur, Bukid City? Province? Okay, Third Eye. Hurry back. Ah, Davao City. Nice. Do you know the live streamer what's her name? Her name is what is her name? From Davao. Marianne Eng Hong. Do you know her? She's from Davao. She's living in the city. I thought she was live streaming right now, but I don't see her. maybe, yeah, maybe later she will. This is Marianne. You don't know her? That's her Enghog. That's her channel. Jesse, welcome back, Jess. As you were, young lady. Is that you, Jesse, in the picture? What is the swing stage? Hey, Jess. I'm good, thank you. Better than I deserve. Every day. Every day. How about you, Jesse? Oh my gosh, I keep wanting to yawn. I'm fighting it back. Howard! Welcome back, Howard. Well, it's always good to see Howard Clegg in the audience, in the chat room. Jesse, what's new? Are you staying warm? I gotcha. Now, is that in a uh, like a performance capacity, or are you talking about outside on a building, like a window washing platform? Gotcha. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's what part of are you in, like the Panhandle, Jesse? Because I know they were talking about they're getting snow in places they haven't had snow before. My daughter's down in the Clearwater, Port Richey area, and I just spoke with her. She said it was 50 down there, so it's not even getting that cold. I gotcha. Glass replacement. Gotcha. Oh, I bet it was cold. Holy moly. Way cold. Especially up on a building. That creates its own wind. Yeah, I agree. When I'm down there, it's gorgeous. You know, of course, the Florida tropical, weather and alligators and all of the above. But It is pretty, and it is nice. Gotcha, Jesse. Yeah, I was just on video chat with her yesterday. Yeah. And the grandkids, of course. Oh my gosh. What in the world? Are you talking about every piece of glass is 1,074? What? Or are you talking about the whole platform? Oh, every piece in the building. Yeah, especially with video chat. It's up close and personal, and she contacts me, and it's nice. She takes me around when she gets off work, and she's in the car, and kind of gives me the play-by-play as she's driving home. And then when she picks up the grandkids, of course, she brings the phone in when she either checks them out of school or the daycare after school or whatever. That's what she did with me yesterday. All right, Momshi. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much for coming in. Don't forget the like if I'm sure you did already. Yeah, Jesse. I'll see you next time, Momshi. Thank you. Jesse, don't forget the thumbs up. Howard, don't forget the thumbs up. The like, I'll do that. AWS, that's their website. What does that stand for? Is that a AWS console? AWS certification? Oh, Amazon Web Service? Is that what AWS? Thank you, Momshi. What is cloud computing service? Amazon Web Service. Is that Amazon Web Service? There's a few AWSs here. Oh, Wall are us. Okay. That's the name of the company? Wall are us? AWS. Okay. Archwall.com or Architectural Wall System. There it is. Got it. Okay. There's a number of AWSs in here. Gotcha. Curtain walls to panel systems, skylights, and more. Gotcha. And what are these panels that you're actually when I click on store, it takes me to the QR code and takes me to the Blakely swag shop. Anyhow, so those panels are what the building's constructed of, is that right? And each one of those panels weigh 1,000, what was it, 74? You're leaving tomorrow for 5 weeks, Southern Arizona. Yeah, I bet it's going to be a little bit warmer down there. I think, as long as you're down out of the mountains, you're not in Flagstaff, you'll be warmer. Oh, second quarter break from school. My son just returned to school after his winter break. Oh, that's the job you're on in Iowa City. Okay, okay. Gotcha. 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 How big are the panes of glass? I gotcha. I see it here. University of Iowa, Stead Family Children's Hospital. Jesse, where'd you go? What was for dinner, Jesse? Or did you eat anything? We ordered out, spent a fortune on Chinese food tonight. Well, that's a cool. Is it a circular building or is it kind of oval? Is that what it is? What are they, like 6 foot by 4 foot? Oh, you did. Okay. Oh, we had uh what was it? They have a new one, at least on this menu. It was dragon and something. It's shrimp on one side. It's the breaded, the coated shrimp and the coated chicken, but it's like Szechuan style. So it's spicy shrimp, spicy chicken, and then the other one she just got broccoli and like the house special broccoli, carrot, uh, beef, shrimp, chicken, and then they gave us a free little container of sweet and sour chicken because they were out of sweet and sour pork, and they ended up just giving us a free container of the chicken with the sweet and sour red sauce in a separate container with all the sides of rice that go with it, and then another broccoli, just a vegetable broccoli, mushroom, carrot side. And then my wife likes fried chicken, the bag of fried chicken, 5 pieces or however many pieces are in there. I know. It's like Chinese food's always good, right? Not too much of it, but it sure is nice when you can get it every once in a while. Oh, I see. The Hawkeyes football team wave at the kids. Ah, that's cool. Oh, I see the picture now. Oh my gosh, it just popped up. How come I didn't see that before? There's the stadium with the people in the audience with their yellow T-shirts on, and it overlooks the stadium. Ah, oh, that's way cool. I just here's another picture of the stadium, looking at the stadium from the Children's Hospital, out the window. Oh, that's awesome. What an idea that was. They built, which came first, the stadium, and then they did the Children's Hospital after. Wow. Okay, Jesse. Yeah, my speaking of Children's Hospital, I have a story. Yeah. Um, oh, I know. I'm clicking on the pictures now. Some of the kids in their hospital scrubs, and they got, gosh, what is like a virtual or like a light drawing something on the wall? Well, Children's Hospital in San Diego. Uh, my son, um, let me tell you the story. This is my first marriage when, let's see, he was about 6, so that was 1990. Um, oh, you're in Iowa. I was just going to say, do you guys know each other or something? Because when he was telling me about the AWS, you're answering for him. And I'm like, wait a minute. I thought it was John saying that. But then I looked back and I went, wait a minute. It's Howard answering. I was thinking, do you guys have, I thought maybe uh, John had two, usernames and it was him talking at the same time. And I'm like, wait a minute. These are two different people. That's why. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why he was able to answer for you. Well, actually, no. Oh, 15 by 10 foot. Okay, okay, okay. Um, you see, Howard's telling me about the football and the hospital. John is telling me about the panes of glass that and the panels that the building is constructed of. Oh my gosh, look at it. And I just read Jesse. You had salmon, potatoes, cream of corn. Oh girl. Our favorite is salmon, baked salmon, and then we put in the oven as well the what you call it of vegetables, asparagus, yellow squash, red potatoes, um, bell pepper, and what am I missing? And just drizzle it with olive oil, and then the what's the seasoning? The steak seasoning, McCormick's seasoning all over the top of it, and then do it the same with the salmon, olive oil and the McCormick seasoning, and then just put it all in the oven at once until it's all done, and have it with steamed rice, of course, because my wife's from the Philippines. So, oh, John's your brother. wait. Hey, Howard, I live in Iowa also. John's my brother. Come on, you mean literally he's your brother, or you guys are just brothers, quote unquote, from Iowa? Yeah, anything salmon is good. I mean, you can't beat salmon. That's the bomb. So, um, I'm going to scroll back and see what else I missed here. Oh, I was telling my children's hospital story. So I'm in 1990. My little boy was 6. He's 40 now. Imagine that. Can't believe I have a 40-year-old son. Um, And he's 6 years old. Mom's getting ready upstairs to go out, and I'm coming home from work. We already made plans to, it was either his birthday or her birthday or my birthday, something, and we're all going out for dinner. And I come in the house and I hear crying, and it's a upstairs downstairs house. Oh, brother from another mother. Gotcha. Oh, you just picked up the salmon an hour ago. Yep. Oh, wait. Thomas now is saying, see, I read that as coming from Jesse. Gosh, you guys are totally confusing me. Okay, I'm on the same page now. I think I've got it all figured out. And so I hear crying upstairs, and of course it's like, okay, what's going on? So I go upstairs, and my wife, again, was from Bangkok, Thailand, and she's putting her clothes on and looking in the mirror. And meanwhile, my little boy's on the carpet behind her in my bedroom, and he's in tears. And my wife's kind of trying to, multitask, and she's telling me now, I'm not sure what's wrong with him. And so, of course, my focus is on him, and I'm trying to figure out, why is he crying? I was a EMT going through paramedic school, wasn't I? In 1990. Not yet. I was still an EMT, basic. And so I'm trying to figure out, why is he crying? And what happened, going through the whole assessment. And then I hear from my wife, well, he was playing on the steps, and she was mad because I taught him how to jump off the 4th step and tuck and roll when he lands on the floor, and so he doesn't hurt himself. It's a dad thing. And he said, well, he was up on the steps jumping like you taught him, and she's mad about it. And I was telling him stop it and not to, but he kept going up there and doing it again, and he was laughing. And then when he went upstairs, he was crying, and she couldn't figure out why. And so I'm asking, his name's Jason. I was like, Jason, did you jump off the steps and hurt yourself? And he's like, he was kind of scared that I was going to get mad. And then I realized, okay, I know the mechanism of injury, so you jump off the steps and that's when it started hurting. And he said, yes. So I'm looking at his knee, and his knee is like a balloon. And I'm like, what in the world? I go, honey, look, it's all looks like a softball. And I realized, okay, we're not going anywhere tonight. We need to get Jason to the hospital, or at least to the ER, and figure out what's going on. So I'm looking at his knee, and a little more as we're packaging him up, and I'm EMT kicks in, and I get a pillow off my bed, and I wrap the pillow around his knee, and I secure it with duct tape. It's a perfect splint. A pillow. If you speaking of Zach, don't know if you thought of this, but when you injured yourself, even though fractures and or sprains or any extremity injuries are horrendous anyways, no matter how you splint them, pain is pain. It's a really non-invasive splint, so you don't have to do a whole lot of manipulation to the extremity. You can leave it lying as it lays without having to straighten it as much as you can. Leave it like it lays, and get a pillow and literally just sandwich it like a taco in between a pillow. The hard part is just getting the extremity up, whether it's the leg or the arm, so you can get the pillow underneath it, but then just fold it like a taco and then just wrap the thing with tape. And that's the other manipulating part, is, being able to get tape around it. But if anything, you can actually hold the pillow yourself and just squeeze the pillow, like put the affected arm against your chest with the the pillow, sandwiched over it, and just hold the arm against you, and you can use your chest as a splint. See what I mean? Or a leg, you can literally put the pillow around, let's say the injured knee, and then use the other leg, the good leg, as a splint. And you just tape both legs together. I'm pointing at the wrong thing. You tape both legs together. Just put their legs together and tape the ankles together and tape the knees together. So the other leg acts like a splint for the other leg, if possible. But that's just an idea. So I ended up doing that for his knee. And then I carried him out to the car and I put him in the back of I don't know if we had a wagon or what at the time. And then I was thinking, do I go to kids hospital, which is a distance away or more of a distance away? Actually, where were we at the time? No, we were right there in Claremont. I was actually close to the hospital I was born at, Sharp Hospital in San Diego. And the children's hospital is attached to that in the back. It's the McDonald House. Ronald McDonald House is the name of the kids hospital. And McDonald's actually is the one that built it and sponsored it. All right, John. Good night, bro. Thank you again. Nelson. Ween. I'm sorry, Ween. I did see you. Welcome back, Ween. I remember you. Frank. Oh, I know. I'm in the basement. And it's 8 degrees outside. So this is, even though it's an insulated basement, it is colder down here than upstairs where the heater is. So anyhow, I do my EMT thing, I splint it, and I carry him out to the car, and then I'm trying to make a decision, where do we go? What's the closest hospital? And I ended up taking him to the closest hospital, but it wasn't the best choice. Because now we have to transfer him. Their recommendation is take him to Children's Hospital. So now it's right. So now it's, do I let the ambulance? I know the drill because I do it for a living. I did it for a living. Do we wait for an ambulance to come and pick him up and transfer him from this hospital to kids hospital, or do I just do it myself? And avoid the $500, EMT bill, even though insurance would probably cover. Anyways, so I said, you know what, I'll take care of it. So then I had to lift him up by myself, and take him back out to my car. It was kind of an oops on my part. I could have avoided that stop by just taking him directly past go. So I took him to Children's Hospital. Make a long story shorter, he ended up spending 6 days in Children's Hospital as they were pursuing osteomyelitis, which is a bone infection. It wasn't from the injury or from him jumping off the stairs. He had some flea bites, and come to find out, he was over at a friend's house next door who happened to have dogs, and they had a flea infestation. I don't know if it had anything to do with the fleas, but that was the only thing that was out of the norm, were these flea bites that were all over his leg. And then his knee's all swollen up like a softball, and it's, red and hot. And because of that, and he was running a temperature on top of that, they immediately said, we need to tap his bone to find out what's going on. So they tapped his bone. It came out negative. Thank God. But the fact that he had a fever associated with it and he had a swollen knee, until anything else was ruled out, they treated it like osteomyelitis. So they started him on antibiotics, and thank God antibiotics tackled it and killed it, and the swelling went down and he got better. But he was in Children's Hospital for 6 days. So I know these pictures very well. All of the above. They have a McDonald's downstairs, an actual McDonald's. You can go down and they have all the kids toy. Every time you pass the windows in the children's hospital, the windows are all down to the children's level. It's probably the same in this hospital. The adults, our eyes don't meet the windows. They're down low. So the kids can look out. And all the artwork and the designs, and they've got toys, and they got a activity room with computers and physical therapy room, and it's all geared towards children. It's really, really cool. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know, Frank. You know, it may have nothing to do with it, and that's the way medicine is sometimes. You know, it's like, okay, this is what we see. Can we say it's directly associated with that? We don't know. But that was really the only thing that stuck out, was he had all these flea bites. And of course, it being infected, his knee, red and hot to the touch, you know, all the flea bites were all inflamed and red and more pronounced than, you know, regular flea bites. And so it was, you know, standing out like, okay, what are those? You know, what are those all over his leg? Yeah. So we never did find out. And you know, as a parent, you always want answers, and we didn't get answers. But the bottom line was, we learned that sometimes no answer is a better answer than getting an answer. You know, it's like sometimes you don't want to hear the bad news, you know, although it's like it would be nice to know, you know, exactly what was going on. But the answer was they never knew, you know, they could never put their finger on it and say that's what caused his infection or the swelling of his knee. So yeah, six days later, he got released. And of course, we had to get out of work and just basically live down there with him. I think one of us went home. My wife stayed with him. And when I don't know if I went back to work. I don't remember, but. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what we did, Ween. It's exact. Well, Zach, I don't know if you came in and Frank, if Zach is still here, that is Jekyll's. He just had a tragic mishap. As you know, we're going through 9-degree weather right now. 8 degrees. It's 8 degrees. It's going to be a low of 8 tonight, and a high of 26 this afternoon. Well, Zach Jekyll's just was carrying an infant and slipped on ice and did everything he could. He succeeded at keeping the baby from hitting the ground, and he hit the ground, put his right arm out to break his fall, and he broke his arm, or suspected it's broken in his lower arm and in his upper arm by his shoulder. So now he's going into to the doc tomorrow to get it further evaluated to see if there's anything, you know, that needs surgery. And he's what, 30, 32 years old, 31? He said the baby was fine. He was succeeded in. Yeah. No, it looked like just deformed, which is, yeah. Yep, the ulna. The ulna is the outside of your arm. Always think of it as your brachial, or your, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, why did I forget? Radius. Your radius is your radial pulse. I'm sorry, I keep pointing at the wrong camera. The radial pulse is right there by your thumb, so you can always remember that bone right there. Here we go. Next to your thumb is the radius. The other one on the outside is the ulna. Oh yeah, Frank. That's yeah. And the tibia is down in the lower leg. They call it a tib-fib fracture, or tibia and fibula. Tibia, fibula, tib-fib. Oops. Tib-fib. I just hit enter instead of. Into a 3-foot baby pool. Well, at least you didn't jump in head first. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Okay, a little education here on these fractures that you're describing. Actually, what Zach just experienced by putting his arm out and breaking his fall, and what Ween did as an idiot when she was I'm reading her words, by the way, when she was 19, is a phenomenon called the let me think of it real quick. Is the who was the Latino, the Mexican? It's a fictional story of the in the Philippines they call it bolero, and it's a guy that flirts, going after women. And anyhow, that in America it's Don Juan, the Don Juan syndrome. It's an actual medical explanation or description of a syndrome that people experience when they either jump or fall from a high place. For example, Ween, when she jumped off a trailer into a 3-foot baby pool, she landed on her feet and broke her tibia. Zach slipped and fell and put his arm out to break his fall and apparently broke his bones in his lower arm and maybe his shoulder. Well, when people fall or jump from high places, they typically land on their feet, and then they fall forward or backwards, and they put their arms out. It's the natural response, to break your fall. And so they break their wrists. So they'll come in with broken there's my battery. Thank you, Ween. When the battery dies, it automatically goes on mute. Am I good to go now? Test, 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 test. Good. Oh, good. Test, test. All right. Thank you. I was saying, so when we run on calls, if we can get any information, such as a call from
then you can, without getting tunnel vision, you keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, he might have broken arms, broken wrists, and broken legs, or broken feet, broken heels. It's just a tool for you to try to help in your assessment. Welcome back from Japan. I remember you're a youngster, right? I think I remember. You're like a teenager. Oh, trampoline. He got popcorn and he caught himself, snapped his arm. Yep, I remember you. Welcome back. Thank you for coming in. Oh, what fun trampolines are, though. You ever heard the sport or the activity skyball? Ween? I had never heard this activity or trampoline sport. And it was in San Diego down in Mission Bay. And there was a miniature golf center. And in the miniature golf complex, they had a fun center. I think it was probably, pinball machines and things like that. And outside, one of the activities was skyball. Have you? Yeah. It's a giant trampoline. I don't know what the diameter of it, but it's a large circular trampoline, and it's divided into four courts there, like that, like an X. So each person has your own triangle, your own piece of the pie. And the walls are made of like canvas or that rubberized, reinforced material. And these walls are like 15 feet high. And they've got netting at the top of them, so the ball can't go, over the top of the. No. There's no netting at the top. It's open at the top. And I believe there's netting at the bottom. So if the ball falls down by your feet, it doesn't roll underneath into somebody else's court. It stays in that's what it is. There's a net at the bottom connected to the trampoline. Well, on the wall behind you, about 10 feet up, like as high as a basketball net, is a hole the size or larger than the ball is like a volleyball. That's what it is. It's a volleyball. The hole is, big enough for a volleyball to fit into. And it's 10 feet above you at your back on the wall behind you. And of course, the wall behind you is made of that canvas, that rubberized material. And it just jets super high. And I think it comes to a peak at the top. So it's enclosed. Well, the idea is to take the ball and to throw it into an opponent's hole behind them. So you can throw it into the person next to you, to your left, to your right, or the guy over there in front of you. And you score, points every time you get the ball into that hole. Well, since you can jump and you can popcorn each other, or, you can propel each other by timing your jump, you can sky, hence the term skyball. And it is, as you know, trampolines are cardiovascular big time. And after a while, you get used to it. You get really in shape on a trampoline. At first, it kicks your butt. You get winded super fast. But after a while, you get used to it, and you can last quite a while. Everybody's just trying to time their jumps and sky. And you literally are going like 15 feet off the trampoline, and whipping the ball over into your opponent's hole. And it's crazy. It's wild. It's just, and you're trying to block, the opponent from throwing the ball in your hole. Sometimes you get hit smack in the face, or your arm gets ripped off because the ball's thrown so hard, It's wild. Oh, so you're familiar with it. Yeah. Oh, Ween. Orthopedic surgeon said almost the bone breaks he's seen in kids are from trampolines. Immediately got rid of it. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I've had a few. Again, children are children, and they're fresh and they don't have diseases unless they're born with them, or whatever. That does happen. But typically, we're not running on kids. That's not the bread and butter of our job. It's the elderly people that we run mostly on. But every once in a while, we run on a child that either does exactly what happened to yours, or sometimes it's just a Band-Aid issue that, mom freaked out and there was blood everywhere and they didn't know what happened. And so they called 911, and come to find out the child stepped on a piece of glass that mom missed when, she dropped a glass the other day, but the child found it and ended up crawling over it and lacerating their foot or something. And we get there, and after we wipe it off and clean it up, it's literally just like a Steri-Strip problem, or a Band-Aid. And then every once in a while there's some, crazy motor vehicle accidents where unrestrained children ran on a few of those that are just wild, unfortunate. They're not mishaps. They're, the parent is usually the culprit in not restraining the child properly. But that's the exception, Doesn't happen often, but every now and then. Yeah. Yep. Head cuts are, oh my God, you're going to have me telling stories now. Thank you, though. That's exactly what I said. Sometimes I have to have somebody say something. And now you're going to make me, or prompt me to tell a story about a child head injury. This is, I'll never forget this. This is bizarre. Never seen anything like it before. Yes. Oh, actually, I got a couple. I got an adult scalp laceration and a pediatric scalp laceration that is totally different, but they're all in the same category of, they bleed like crazy. And this one's going to freak you out, as it did me. We got a phone call. We got a response to a fire department, which was like, why are we going to a fire department? Maybe somebody in the fire department got hurt. But we're getting information on our radio that it's in the lobby, in the foyer, in the front of the fire station. Firefighters are there in the lobby. They'll meet you there. And I'm thinking, that's interesting. What's going on in the front office of the fire department? The public door to the front of the fire department. And so we get there, park our ambulance, go into the lobby, and immediately when we walk into the lobby, it was telltale what the issue was. This firefighter is down on his knees with a child in his arms, and he's got the deer in the headlight looking at us. And he's got, I'm looking around at my feet, and there is clotted blood everywhere. It's so bad that it's, it's a slippery hazard just walking into the brick foyer, that brick that you can mop, those brick tiles, and there's blood everywhere. And this child is the source of it. And I'm thinking, holy crap, what's going on? And he said, he's like, he could barely speak. And I'm just thinking, what happened? And the other firefighters like telling me the dog was, the child was bitten by a dog. And I'm looking at this child, and he's lacerated everywhere. He's ripped from his nose to his ear. His mouth is ripped open. His scalp, he's got a scalp laceration. Let's see if I can do this without. He's got a scalp laceration that is like down the center of his head and completely across the top of the ear. And the flap is just hanging off of his. And this child must be 2. And there's, speaking of head injuries that bleed, there was blood everywhere. And this poor little child is just whimpering. He's just whimpering. And it's like he wasn't crying anymore. He was just whimpering. It was a girl. And I was like, holy crap. It's like, okay, I got enough information. We need to go. We need to leave. So I got on the radio. We were in Central California, and I'm getting more information. To make a long story, I can tell you the details, but we didn't find this out until later. It was a family dog, the dog of the child. And from this day forward, I was raised with dogs. I know the drill since I was little, till we were teenagers. We had dogs in our house all the time. Been there, done that. I know the drill. And, the story we got was very typical. I hear it over and over again. You might even be able to tell me some similar stories, but I won't bend either way. No matter what somebody says after this call, there's no way. I won't accept anything from anybody about how good their dog is and how nice they are with children. I understand. I know where you're coming from, but they're dogs. And this is an instance, a perfect example of a family dog that is great with children, never had an issue in their life of this magnitude, where for whatever reason, the little baby, the toddler, crawled into the dog's bowl while he was eating. And, don't point fingers. We all have, turned our head, and, we can't keep an eye on them 100%. I've caught my children and as they are falling off the couch, and caught them by the ankle and dangle them in the air by their ankle, so they didn't hit their head on the ground. We can't watch them all the time. And apparently the family, lost track of the baby, and she crawled into the dog's bowl while it was eating. And it grabbed it and threw it and ripped this baby crazy. And I was like, oh my Lord. So all we could do was just bandage the heck out of its head, everything except its mouth and nose so it could breathe, and just had this big old ball of Curlix, we call it. It's, the gauze that's in a roll. It comes in every first aid kit. We use multiple rolls of that stuff, to just bandage this avulsion back to its head. And I called the hospital, our closest hospital, which was the community hospital. And I remember talking to the doc, and I told him, we don't have an airway problem, and really we don't have a bleeding problem, but lots of blood. And he's like, please, you're correct. we don't need to see the child here because we don't have resources that the care that it needs here at this hospital. Because if you bring them here, we're just going to transfer them to the trauma center, down in Bakersfield, which is 30 miles away. So we went ahead and just avoid, past go, and we went directly to the trauma center. And we had to wait 30 minutes till we got there. But wild to walk into that. It was like a stuck pig, clotted blood, just pools of it everywhere. But just remember, they're dogs, and please don't let your child crawl into the dog's bowl. They're dogs, and as nice as they are. So, yeah, it was like I said, I to this very day, I'll never forget it. It was crazy. There's not a whole lot you can do for those kids, In reality, if we had just left it alone without wrapping it, it probably wouldn't have bled anymore. It was clotted. It was a clotted mess, but of course, with the basic training we have, you bandage everything that bleeds, or you put pressure on anything that bleeds, so you're wrap it up and so on and so forth. But yeah, it didn't need our care. It needed surgery. It needed some plastic surgeon to put that poor thing back together. It was wild. The mouth was ripped open from the crack of the mouth, the eyeball, I think, to the ear. Just like opened up, it's like an anatomy lesson. A whole head with the hair attached to that, the little bit of hair was just attached to the skull. I mean, to the avulsion, and it was hanging off. We just kind of folded that back in place. Wild. Jason, what's up, bro? Yeah. Yeah, don't hold her hips, especially if, I don't know how old, especially if they're older dogs with, already hip problems or whatever. Tiny gash, one staple, but soaked a towel. Yeah, I know. Any face, ears, scalp. Yeah. Super vascular. Oh, so anyways, Jason, I'm just, we were telling stories about kids and mishaps. Zach, I haven't seen him in a bit. I don't know if he had to go nurse his wounds or not, but he just was involved in a slip and a fall on ice and prevented an infant from hitting the ground. And in the process of saving the infant, he more than likely broke his right arm, or at least damaged some tendons or ligaments in his shoulder and his wrist or his lower arm. So he's got to go in to see if he needs surgery tomorrow. And then that prompted others talking about, their children and or themselves. And then that prompted me to tell a story about my EMS career. The adult story was a semi-tractor trailer who got stuck on the railroad tracks. And whether he stalled it, stick shift or whatever, but his cab got across, but the big old 40-foot trailer didn't make it all the way across the track. So it was there dead on the tracks. And here comes a train, just like in the movies. And he wasn't able to get out of his cab and ended up taking the ride of his life as the train barrels through the rear end of the trailer and, of course, drags I think the cab became disconnected eventually and flipped over or rolled over down the embankment. And he was inside the cab and ended up being ejected. I don't know if he was ejected or stayed in the cab, but he ended up getting a real bad laceration on his scalp, and it was an avulsion, similar. Part of his flap of his scalp was kind of hanging off, and there are some arteries. I don't know where they are, but there's some arteries that go through your scalp. Even though they're small, like really small, they're arteries nonetheless, and they're under high pressure. And I always teach, we always fill up a syringe of water, like with red dye in it, and we'll squirt it at the audience, to show them what an arterial bleed looks like as you push the plunger of the syringe, and it just ejects out the syringe. That's what an artery looks like in the body. So if you're seeing just bleeding, dark red bleeding like blood normally bleeds, and it's just clotting everywhere, more than likely it's a venous bleed. It's coming from a vein. Those are okay. You can stop most venous bleeds, no matter where they are or how big they are, with pressure. You just got to get enough pressure sometimes, depending on how large the vein is and where it is in your body. But you can usually control a venous bleed with pressure, and or with a wrap, to create a little more pressure or to keep your hands free so you can let go. You might just have to put some, extra bandage around it to keep the pressure. But an arterial bleed is a life-threatening problem, especially if it's big enough, because you can't control an artery with pressure. You can, but you're not going to be able to let go of it. You're going to be stuck there. If it's even stopping the bleeding, it's under pressure. 140, let's say your blood pressure is 120/80. Especially under injury, your blood pressure shoots up. So you're trying to control 120 millimeters of mercury of pressure, ejecting out of that artery, and it literally will just fly across the room if you let it go, or at least it'll spurt. So he had 3 arterial bleeds out of his scalp, and they're tiny. They were like needle squirts. Maybe a little bigger than that, but I've never seen it before. I've never even seen an arterial bleed before in my life. I just read it out of a book. I know how to teach it, in a class, and what it supposedly looks like coming out of a syringe, but never seen it in real life. And that was the first and only arterial bleed that I've seen. And it was in the scalp, and there was like 3 of them, and they were like squirting. And I was like, whoa, I put my hand on it. Whoa, wait a minute, that's not normal. And I sat there with my hand and multiple layers of 2x4 pieces of gauze, stacks of them, and put 2 of them on top of each other, and just sat there with my hand on top of his head. And he was grunting the whole way, going, "That hurts like hell." And I said, "I am so sorry, but I can't let go." And that was really his only injuries, was this scalp avulsion and these arteries spurting out of the top of his head. So we took him to the ER, the closest ER, and the doctor put hemostats, the scissors that clamp together, or the tweezers that clamp together. He put 3 of them and clamped each artery, and it wasn't very comfortable for him. But so he had 3 hemostats hanging off of his scalp while the doctor was suturing them and tying them off so they didn't bleed anymore. And then eventually put the avulsion back on top, and then stitch the avulsion down to his scalp. But that was pretty cool. That was a first time seeing that. Okay, let me rehash here what you're. It reminds me about excessive bleeding. Never seen it in my life, but husband burst a vein in his shin. Yeah, veins can initially, usually they may be under pressure at the beginning, but then your it's not continuous. It'll just subside and just start to continually seep and or pour. But if you if you ever truly see an artery bleeding, it'll pump with the pulse of your heart. Every time your heart is beating, you'll see it squirting, and it'll sit there and eject every time the heart beats. Yeah, that's the varicose, right? Yep, yep, yep. Oh, here. So, Jason, yeah, you said you had some stories about down a hill, didn't realize a big tree at the bottom. Oh my gosh, went down, hit the tree, flipped off, and broke your arm. Peekaboo Street, the downhill. I told the story last, didn't I? I think I did. Yeah, my last live stream. The ladies down gold medalist downhiller in the Olympics. She hit a tree and broke her femur, the biggest bone in your body, in her leg, the upper leg. I ran on her dad, who was having a diabetic emergency. Yeah, we talked about that, I think. I don't know if you guys were there. I was live streaming late Tuesday morning, late Monday night, Tuesday morning, 1:30 until, what was it, 5 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Every time the doc let go, it would just shoot 3 to 4 feet across the room. Now, that was a vein. I wonder if it's a... Oh, your mom broke her femur. Yeah, varicose vein. Yeah, you were saying that. Yep. Yeah, actually, I've said, I don't know if you guys heard, I didn't make it through my field training as a paramedic the first time. It was one of the most stressful times of my life, going through that with two young preceptors. I was like in my 30s and they were in their early 20s, 23, 22, 23-year-old super sharp kids that were my preceptors, my trainers. And yeah, I didn't fare very well the first time through. But one of the calls I ran on was a pediatric ran over by grandma, unfortunately, backing out of her driveway, and didn't realize that her granddaughter was behind the car and ended up rolling over her. And we get there, and the child's awake and crying, and had what we call petechiae, burst capillaries all around her eyes. Her eyes actually were petechiae. They had broken blood vessels all through the sclera, the white part of the eye. And I didn't recognize it. And then the story was told, and everyone heard it, and it went in one ear and out the other of mine. And I didn't pick up on this and react appropriately, and the paramedics had to kind of step in and take over the call and do what needed to be done. As I felt like an idiot, it's like, oh my God, what did I miss? Why? I can tell by their body language and the acuity of how the call all of a sudden got really serious, that I had missed something. So, yeah, the pressure of the car caused that bursting of blood vessels, in the child's, from the neck up. But she was awake and crying, just crying, continually crying. Okay, Jason. What'd you do? You cut the end of your index finger off. Do you have a stump to this day, or is it just the nail part? I got a stump story also. I worked with an EMT that had a stump for his ring finger. It was down to the second knuckle. It was just a stump. He was fine. He worked fine. It was just, but he showed me, I got a stump, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you do. He said, yep. You want a stump rub? And I'm like, oh my gosh. He'd use his stump, and give you a massage with his stump. Like, okay. I didn't go past the nail. I wrapped it and tried hiding it. You animal, you. Oh, I didn't miss this one. She still didn't get the rod removed. It fused to the bone. Gotcha. Speaking of getting hardware removed, I had a spontaneous event happen to me in 2012 when I woke up one morning with a stiff neck. I mean, how many of us haven't, woken up with a stiff neck, and you're walking around, like this all day going, and you can't even turn around, and because it's just, well, that's what I woke up with, at least what I thought, right? Okay, Wayne, you got any avocado to put in there? And some balsamic vinaigrette or something like that, or Italian, or something. Anyway, enjoy whatever it is you're going to make. So, yeah, I wake up with a stiff neck one morning, and all day long I'm trying to. Oh, by the way, my stepdad had prayers the other night. Oh, had his heart cath, put a stent in, 90% blood. Oh my gosh, yep. And everything went okay. Holy moly. That'll save his life, that's for sure. Oh, excuse me. Oh, good. Good. Well, tell him that next time you see him, you met a ex-paramedic on a live stream, and he's happy that everything went well. You squished your foot when you were 23. Hey, speaking of, see, all these stories are bringing back memories. I had a friend, Joe. He was my best man at my wedding over in the Philippines. I think I might have told that story. I went over to the Philippines, brought him with me. Well, as kids, we kind of were like rivals, sort of, against each other. I don't know what the deal was. And although we did hang out with each other, every once in a while we kind of got competitive when it came to things. And so I thought I would play a prank on him as he was riding by on his skateboard in front of my house. And I was in the garage, and my driveway went down to the sidewalk. A little bit of a downhill grade going down to the sidewalk. So I had a spare tire in my garage. My dad kept in there or something, without a rim on it. It was just the tire. And I timed it. I could see Joe coming down, and I'm peeking out of the garage, and I'm timing it, going, okay, ready now. And I push the tire down the driveway as he's coming across the front, and I timed it perfectly, and it went right over the top of his feet. Now, this is just a spare tire. I mean, granted, it's a car tire, and they weigh a little bit, but it's not like it was a truck tire. It was just a car tire, right? And it went over the front of his skateboard, and it caused him to flip off, and he kind of stumbled and rolled. It didn't hurt him, and he got up, and he was screaming bloody murder and holding his foot and just holding back tears. And I thought, what? Come on. I didn't hurt you that bad. But at the same time, I'm thinking, man, those are some real tears. What the heck did I do? He's like, you ripped my toenail off, you. And he started calling me names. And I was like, what? Your toenail? He's like, yeah. And he's hobbling up to my garage and he sits down and he shows me. And I look at his foot and his big toenail is missing. And I went, oh my gosh, how did that happen? The only thing we could think of was the tread on the tire just happened to catch his toenail and rip it right off as it went over the top of his foot. Oh my gosh. Yes, I have. Kid named Joe, speaking of Joe, did a layup, went in the air, caught himself, and caught perfection his arm. Oh my gosh. I'll tell you a story about basketball. Gosh, perfect. See, the more stories I hear, I'll tell you stories. Right. I know. Sometimes, it just isn't a pain issue, but they know something's wrong because they looked at it and they're like, wow, as they bring it to you, Mom, look. But speaking of basketball, here, gosh, perfect story, Ween. I responded to a warehouse in Oregon as a paramedic, and it was night. We worked the night shift, 7 p to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And this guy was working the night shift at a warehouse, and he was stocking in the back with pallet jacks and forklifts and multi-story shelving, stock shelving, etc. It's probably like the back of a Home Depot, that type of a place. I don't remember which one it was, but so anyhow, yeah. See, my son kept showing it. It must be a boy thing, also. Sometimes we do that. Mom, look. What's up when there's a Joe in a story? They all get hurt. It reminds me of my brother, Joey. I heard Jason, my cousin. That's my son's name, Jason. Jason and Joey. It was trouble. So that was Joe. And what was the other story I was about to tell? Wait, let me read back here. The fracture story. Wait, I just thought of it. Oh, wait, he'd like you. He was Navy. I'm sorry, Ween. I got to read back. Oh, the guy, your dad, your stepdad, he was Navy? Gotcha. Okay. Oh, no pranks. Compound fracture. Yeah, I did in high school. The basketball one, the warehouse. Thank you. I had to scroll back, regain my composure. I'm not as good as weaving stories as President Trump is. He calls it the weave, going off on a tangent but always able to come back. He says I'm good at that. So we respond to a warehouse, and a 17-year-old kid, I remember, I think he was 17, and he was taking a break on his lunch break or dinner break on the night shift. So he's in the back in the employee room, and as he's eating his lunch or taking a bite of a sandwich and putting it down and then going out to the warehouse and just going through the motions like he's shooting baskets. And apparently he was like taking a ball of trash, and doing that. And then he decided to see how high he could jump. So he was just doing vertical jumps to see how high, the highest shelving that he could touch. And he had a ring on. He wasn't married, but he had a ring on, like on his right hand. And as he went up and was trying to touch a shelf, that ring got caught on the edge of, mine's loose, it just came right off, on the edge of a shelf and lopped his finger off from the second knuckle up. It literally ripped his finger off. Ring went clink, clink. He said the ring went clink, clink, clink on the ground, and his finger landed next to it. So he picked up the ring, picked up the finger, went in the employee room, opened up the freezer of the refrigerator, put the wrapped his finger in a paper towel, put it in a plastic Ziploc, and put the Ziploc in the freezer. And that's how we found him and the finger when we got there. It's like, perfect. Everything's done. Now, the finger wasn't frozen, but it was at least in the right place, keeping it cold. And it was just, everything was done. His finger was already bandaged. He had something over his hand. It was somebody helped him bandage his hand. And we took the finger out of the freezer. He told us where it was. And we're like, there it is. Let's go. So we walked him out to the ambulance and took him to the ER. And the doctor was saying, well, we're going to try to attach it. The trick was it's going to require microsurgery to attach. Apparently there's arteries that go on the inside of the finger, on the inside and the outside of the finger, along the lateral, aspects of the finger. And you got to be able to get those arteries attached back to the arteries in the finger, which are now retracted up in the finger. He said, it sounds difficult, and it is, but he says that's out of my scope. It'll be a plastic surgeon or a microsurgeon, whatever, orthopedic surgeon to do that. So I don't ever know if he ever got his finger reattached, but he ended up lopping his finger off while shooting baskets in a warehouse. Yes, well, you know what? As you probably, or did I share with you, Ween? I was in the rock climbing circles for 30 plus years. And I actually lost my first wedding ring because I can't take off. Gosh, I didn't know. We never talked about rock climbing, did we? Anyways, yeah, I was in the. I'll share some videos with you. Yeah, I always took my ring off, and I wore a watch back in the day, in the 80s and 90s when I first started. And I'd take my watch off, and then I'd put my ring on the wristband of my watch, and then I would fasten the watch band together, and I'd put my watch inside my backpack in the front pocket, the top pocket of my backpack. And that's what I did every time I went rock climbing. Took my ring off, put it on the watch, and then put the watch in the backpack. Well, one of those outings, I found my watch, the wristband was undone, and my ring was nowhere to be found. And of course, my wife gave me a hard time about it, and I ended up replacing it and ended up getting a silver, whatever this material is, the non-scratch, whatever that material is called. Platinum, not platinum, whatever that. Something-anium, not titanium, but well, Jason, that's one of the. Oh, you do. Cool. That's nice. Actually, it sounds interesting. Oh, one of my sons into parkour. Gosh, my 40-year-old tried that when he was younger. He ended up hurting himself, spraining his wrists too much. That didn't last very long. So he gave up parkour and learned how to ride a unicycle and was successful at it, and juggling up to 5 balls, which I was always impressed with. Something I can juggle, but not 5. And he was able to figure that out, as well as ride a unicycle. I tried it once or twice against a wall trying to get started, and it freaked me out, and I couldn't even move. So, but he was able to. Oh my Lord. Ween, you're a nut. That's why you're doing that. It's because when you were 19, you were jumping off a trailer into 3 feet of water and breaking your legs. Okay, on that note, let me, gosh, it's only 10 o'clock. It's only 2 hours. Goodness gracious. I'm going to bring up my, some rock climbing videos for you to watch. Did you already see them? Wait, I already shared this with a group of you. Who saw the rock climbing videos? Did you see it, Ween? Jason? I don't think you have, right, Ween? Oh my gosh. This is the motivation for you young guys and gals. Um, Speaking of, you kind of remind me of my daughter. Well, you are the same age as my daughter, thereabouts. Oh, and no avocado. Actually, I've never once tried one. Oh my gosh. You didn't see anything? Can you watch and eat your salad at the same time? Or do you need to two different places? Because I'll show this video. I was rock climbing pretty regularly up until I was 53 years old. I was in the best shape of my life at 50. I was in the best shape of my life for 30 plus years because of rock climbing. But I'll share some of these clips or shorts that I have. Good. I'm going to show them right now. This is I think a conglomeration of 1, 2, 3 different boulders in San Diego County. I'll explain them after you watch them. Here we go. Uh-oh, I don't hear any volume. Can you hear volume? How come I don't hear volume? Oh my god. How do you hear me? I'm unplugged. I must be on the microphone of my camera. That's what it was. There you go. Oh, careful. That's good. Okay. It's actually an easy move. It really is. I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't. That was awesome.
Recognize that? How old was I there? 49? That's my little boy, my 40-year-old, no, my 19-year-old in the background that just walked by.
Press it. Strong. Come on. Yep, come on. Come on. Come on, get it down. Standing. Come on. Yes! Fucking yeah, dude! There you go. Oh my god! Yeah! Right. Yeah! Oh my god, it's a first!
It took me 20 years to figure that problem out. It's like, didn't I set a record? I asked people, I've been trying this problem for 20 years, and I finally got it that day. Oh my gosh. Well, if you climb consistently for as long as I did, your grip will improve. You have no choice. Okay, let me continue here.
Yeah! Good job. You made it look easy.
Speaking of heart attacks in the emergency room, I recruited 2 passerbys that it was like, I think they were boyfriend, girlfriend, or husband, wife, young couple. And I had a camera in my hand, and I went there to, try to video myself by setting the camera up on the ground, etc. Well, they walked by, and I asked them, hey, would you mind taking a video of me doing this? And the lady said, sure, I'll do it. So while her significant other stood there next to her, she followed me around this boulder as I was doing this. Well, not on this occasion, but on another occasion when I was by myself. You see the bushes there off to the left, the green over there on the left side? Well, I've ended up in those bushes a few times trying to do the hardest part of this problem. You'll see it eventually. And broke my rib on one occasion. It wasn't from a fall. It was from torquing my body really hard in a position that I'll try to freeze frame it when I get there. And I heard it pop in my rib, and I ended up lowering off, or kind of falling / controlled fall down to the ground. And a bunch of younger guys were watching me, and they all attended to me and were trying to figure out what was going on. And I was just writhing in a fetal position on the ground, but I knew something was inside of me had broke. And they assisted me to the car and carried my stuff, my backpack, and I admitted myself to the ER, and sure enough, diagnosed as breaking my 5th rib, or cracking it. Well, anyways, this is that problem that I did it on, but not this particular time. I was successful, actually. This section coming up is what they consider the crux, or the crucial part of it's usually the hardest part of a climb is referred to as the crux. So this is the meat of the problem here coming up.
You got it.
Thank you very much. Oh, careful.
Oh, and this is a repeat of that same problem. Let's see. I think that might be the. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's a rewound back to the beginning. Okay, let me see. Is this another video? No, that's just a repeat of that problem. Let's see here. What else?
Oh, careful.
Oh, there's a good one. Now, kids, do not try this at home. This is 33 feet off the deck. Only because I had this problem wired, as we call it in rock climbing. And I recruited the pastor's son, and he had never been rock climbing before. And I hung him off a rope. I tied him off on a rope from the top with a video camera in hand and said, here's what you got to do. And he's like, oh, I'm up for that. So this is him videoing me as I'm climbing past him at about the 20-foot mark. And then there's like 15 feet above me.
Careful.
And then unfortunately, I don't have the rest of that, and then it goes into the same thing you've already seen. And I think, yeah, is that the end of that? Yeah, I think that's that one. Okay, I got another one here. Let's see here. Hold on, there's more here. Let's do this one. Yes, that was the name of that boulder, if you saw that. Or that is the name of this thing. For obvious reasons. I don't think the quality gets any better on this. Nope. Heck, I didn't name the boulder. Somebody else did. No comment, Ween. I was going to say, are you sure it was a strip club? Hey, I had a six-pack as well, Jason, at 50 years old. Beat that. That is, I used to have. Actually, you know, it was a struggle. It wasn't easy to. I knew I could be better, even in better shape than I was, but I was pretty happy with how I was, you know, at the age I was. I could stay up with the young punks to a point. Well, it's inactivity is what happened when I got here to New Jersey. There's no mountains here. It's flat. It's sea level. It's nothing but sand and rock. You know, you gotta supplement your yard with soil if you're ever gonna have a yard or grass. It's forest. It's pine and oak barrens all around me. Literally sea level, and there's nothing around here. That's just making excuses as to why I didn't stay in shape, but that was my gym. My gym is going out to the boulders, you know, and staying in shape. So instead of going into a gym, you know, I'd go out to a bouldering area outside. Let's see, anything else here that I can share with you? Oh, some little stuff. This doesn't look like much, but they're deceivingly hard problems, some of these things, and they're short. I think that's about it. Let's see. I've got a bunch. I ended up developing this channel after a channel I had before this, and instead of losing all the videos, I downloaded them onto a laptop, and then so I have them in a file, but I haven't uploaded them all onto this channel, so I don't have all of the. Yeah, it is. It's some of these problems. They're called slabs because they literally are. They're a slab of rock. You know, they're not vertical, but the features on this face of the rock are like slim to nil. It's really smooth, and so sometimes you're standing literally like on a nipple, a little irregularity that just protrudes a little bit more than the rest of the flat surface. So you're relying on friction, and these shoes are not very, but they're relatively sticky rubber, firm, but when heated up, they become sticky. So you're relying on friction just to stand on this smooth surface. That's why you could see me, you know, it's like you really can't tell what I'm standing on, but not a whole lot. So let's see. I think that's about the gist of. Yep. I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and one's a repeat of the other. Yeah. So, anyways. Yeah. Well, you can. Once you upload them, there is a process to get them off, and you can download them back down onto your laptop or whatever. Say that again. This SWAT agent is on fire. I think he cut the wrong wire, because this SWAT agent is walking on fire. What did that mean, Jason? What's that? Trees and rock and trees and rock and rock and trees and water. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's where that comment came from. I was wondering, how did you guys start talking about strip clubs? And I was like scrolling back, and I was like, I think I found it. Okay, on Friday, that was what you had to share. I see. Wait, before you said something about, oh, Mark Harmon. Who's Mark Harmon, dear Ween? Mark Harmon. I gotta Google. Now you got me Googling here. Is he a news guy on a news? Oh, there's Mark Harmon. Oh, I know that guy. I know that actor. I didn't know that was his name, but I know that guy. Yeah, what did he... Some of his pictures are... Let's see here. You mean like that one? Hey, come on, change. How come it didn't change? Oh, there we go. That guy? Oh, NCIS. Right. I don't watch NCIS anymore, so... But I don't even know if I ever did. Or I would have known who he was. Oh, it's a song you made up. Okay. How old is Mark Harmon? Sorry about that. Test. There we go. I'm back. I hit the back arrow on the wrong screen. Like, what are you doing, Gary? Okay. Uh, well, coming from you, Ween, thank you. What about this one? Here's a. I haven't shown this video in a while. This was a EMS call that I ran on in Oregon. The video will tell the story. Let me get it back up here. Videos. Oh my god. Yep, I know. That's like I said. Just don't call me Daddy, Ween. Well, you told me that from the beginning, that I reminded you of your dad. That's actually, it's almost, what's the word I want to say? Sad. It's like emotional when you said that, because you said you didn't know your dad, or he died when you were, how old were you again, Ween? Were you only 2? Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to remember your story. Nostalgic, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, let me. Oh, you were 20. Okay. That's right. Not 2. Put a 0 on that. Paramedicine. I think I got it underneath the paramedic calls. Yeah, here we go. What was the call again? What was the subject? You're doing sit-ups, the phone in your hand, I take it you meant. Snake bite, bubbling brew, baby, meta stories, pre-hospital meta. Oh, the hand in your hand, yeah. What was the subject we were on that we were talking about? I was going to show a video. Help me out, guys. What the heck was I going to show you a picture, a video of? Darn it, we were just talking about it. I'm looking at my videos now, hoping to bring back the thought. I know, don't do that, Wayne. You're supposed to help me. You got to remember. The medical core, drunk driver, insert warehouse. You saw that one already. That one, Benadryl, snake bite. Yeah, I know, but what was the subject gonna be? We were just talking about something. Oh, about your dad. A brain fart. Yeah. Dang it, but I'm not seeing it here. What is this one? Let me. Okay, that's a. Let me look at this real quick. What's wrong with my video here? That's weird. Sounds like I'm in a cave. Okay, it's not that one. Coronary something? Nope. Baby life. I was out on my. I'm telling the story out on my kayak. I know that because that's why I'm on these videos right now. And hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, that's not it. We were talking about being in shape. What I look like or who I look like. Um, uh, white coat syndrome. He had an appointment today, and my doctor said have I thought, wait, I have that thought it was a joke. Oh, he said I have that. You're not using commas or periods, and I'm having a hard time reading. Gotcha. I understand it now. I have that. You have that white coat syndrome. I thought it was a joke. He said, no, it's a real thing. Well, what was it? Did you ask him? Say, what is it? White coat syndrome. What is a white coat syndrome? There, it came up when I typed it. When your blood pressure rises in a medical setting due to anxiety or stress. Oh, okay. All right. That's not unusual. Whenever you go into a doctor's office, you get kind of nervous or whatever. Yeah. Well, then that's what he's referring to. Yeah, you were telling me in your well, if you stink at grammar, stay away from Facebook. That's my speculation as to why people can't spell or complain, that they are horrible at spelling. I call it the Facebook phenomenon. The Facebook syndrome. It's a trend or a horrible trend on Facebook is to not use punctuation and improper spelling for simple words like to. Instead of TOO, they're using TO. Yeah, well, that's me too. Well, praise God you don't have it. I used to, and I got rid of it. Just oh my gosh, I keep yawning. Well, anyways, so much for my video. Oh, it almost came back to me. I said, Ween, have you seen it before? Some of the others have. Right? Remember? Does that bring him back? Does that ring a bell? Yes, I know. I see it all over, everywhere. I'll see it on YouTube. I'll be watching TV, where they have text, or you turn on the closed caption, or not closed caption. It's when they have, usually I use a third party app called Opus Pro, where it puts text message in when you're speaking. It puts it in color and different fonts, etc. And you can manually go in there and change and correct, the spelling if it's incorrect, or add apostrophes or question marks and so on. I was just doing it today. As a matter of fact, the video I have on my front page, I just posted. And I was in there correcting the text and so on and so forth. And even with that, they're still spelling things wrong. I'm like, really? Yan Ing, you are making... I know. Oh, rock climbing. I don't have any more rock climbing video. I already went through those. Oh, I got it. Here it is. I just saw it, and okay, I'm gonna get it. All right, we were talking about how did I get on that subject? Something somebody said. Oh, you do? You don't use two fingers to type, do you? By any chance? On your TTS? I got another story. Oh my gosh. I got to pay attention to detail. Oh my gosh, Ween. Are you hard of hearing? Do you use ASL by any chance? Oh my gosh, I can't stop. What's happening? Oh, okay. Well, anyways, no. So when you type, do you use standard ASDF or do you use two fingers? I know. I'm going to do it again. Oh my gosh. There it is again. Oh my gosh. All right. Anyways, let me just play this video. It actually needs to be kind of edited down a bit, but it is a pretty cool emergency medical story. Okay, you ready? Oh, you just use two thumbs. Oh, you're talking about on your phone. Okay. Okay. Let me. I'm having an attention span problem now. Yeah, you just fat thumb it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let me play this real quick. Hey, Ween, do you want to come up on stage and chat? I want to hear somebody else's voice besides my own for hours and hours. Or Jason, or does anybody want to come up here? and chat with each other, with all of us. We can even go off the air. I can even end the live stream on YouTube, and we can all chat up here on stage amongst ourselves in private. Up to you guys, whatever you want to do. What you need to do is come up here on stage, and then I'll end the live stream, and you guys won't go away. You'll remain up here, and we can all chat amongst each other. And if you don't want to be on camera, all you got to do is just close your camera and like I do, you do this, and you end up speaking behind your profile picture like that. So it's up to you. So you have the option of doing this or that. And chat, whatever. Oh, that's okay. I love it. I love accidents. I love accents. I was just watching Shauma. You've heard of him. He's a guy from New York City, the Bronx, and he's a linguist, a what do you call it? A polyglot. And he was in Scotland. Speaking of accents, holy moly, he learned a rare Scottish dialect, Scottish Gaelic, and Dulci, it's called, I think, Dolci. And I love Scott because that's my heritage is Scotland, and so I just love to hear that Scottish brogue. And I got to watch a whole video of his in Scotland, so I'm all about accents. That's fine. Again, you can, if you don't want to, if you didn't brush your hair yet or whatever, it's okay. Just stay behind your camera and come up like this, and you can chat behind your profile picture. And Jason, if you're willing or whatever. But anyways, here, let me show you this video real quick. It was a bizarre call when I was in Oregon. As a matter of fact, does anybody remember? You probably remember, Ween, the reruns of Emergency 911 with William Shatner, the Star Trek captain, William Shatner. Did you ever watch that show? Emergency 911? Emergency 911 with William Shatner. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyways, he used to narrate that show. It was a reality or dramatized 9/11 program of paramedics running calls. And this video I'm about to show you, which was done by me, is the story of this call that actually was submitted to that show to see if they wanted to run and make a what do you call it out of it. And they didn't end up doing it, but it was submitted by our company to be in that program, and you'll see why. This was once in a lifetime, bizarre, crazy. Yeah, space, the final frontier. Crazy call. And yeah, so let me okay, that's the wrong video. How did I get the wrong video up here? There we go. Okay. Why does it keep doing that? Stop it. There we go. Okay. Try it again. You ready? Do you see the name of this? It's called Snake Bite. Okay, let me get rid of that real quick. Let me get rid of the music as well here, background. There we go. Okay, here's another something right off William Shatner's 911 episode
what was that, back in the 80s, 90s? So again, I'm up in Washington County, Oregon, with my partner, Don. I believe it must have been 1997, 98, somewhere around there. I was there from 96 to 98, so it was somewhere between there. We were doing the night shift again, 7 p to 7 a.m. We're hanging out somewhere. I don't recall off the top of my head. And our radio starts to light up with Unit 12, your location, and we respond. And then they say, respond to such and such address, reported animal bite. And so animal bites. Well, those of you in EM, what do I got here? Do I got something else? Hold on. Yep, I got a fish. Hold on. Those darn fish interrupting my story. So animal bites. Those of you that are not in the business are probably trying to figure out, what kind of animal is it? Well, that's what we do too. We always try to provision what's ahead of us. Well, typically, more than often, it was a perpetrator, a bad guy, and the police released one of their canines on them, and the German Shepherd tore up their leg, their arm, whatever. So that's, we're already assuming that's more than likely what it is. So we respond. Fire's already on scene. It was in a private house. Firefighter already out at the doorway, and a bunch of firefighters, including the captain, inside the house. And as we walk in, I witness like 3 firefighters are up against the back wall of the living room. I mean, their backs are up against the wall. One guy in particular looks like he's that deer in the headlight look, and he looks right at me, and he looks at me, and he looks over at another location, and he looks back at me, and he looks back at the location. Of course, my head follows his eyes, and I look over in the direction of where he's looking. There's a guy sitting on the couch, and he's got his hand up in the air. He's got his other hand grasping it, and wrapped around this guy's arm from his elbow-ish on up in this big ball, I mean big ball, is a snake. He's got a boa constrictor. This thing is fat. I'm telling you, the diameter of this snake must have been as large, if not larger, than my thigh. It was huge. And the head of this thing turns out to be monstrous. As you follow the snake's body, the body of the snake continues onto the carpet and into the kitchen. I go walking into the kitchen, and this snake's body is behind the refrigerator. The refrigerator has been pushed away from the wall, and it continues off the tile floor, onto the carpet, and onto the couch. It must have been, I'd say, 8 to 10 feet that I can see. I said, "Are you okay?" He's like, "Sort of." I said, "What in the world? Your snake?" He goes, "Yeah, it's mine." And so what happened? He says, "Well, got home from work, and I typically go in and I feed him. I feed him a rat. And I think he kept him in the back room." Well, he was already out of the room and in the kitchen, apparently. And so he decided to feed him right there. However, he presented this thing to the snake beat him to the punch, per se, and not only grabbed the rat, but including his hand. And he wasn't fast enough to pull it away. And next thing you know, the snake wrapped himself around his arm. So he was able to call 911. And so that's what we find. I'm looking at the firefighters, and one guy that was looking at me initially is like shaking his head, unbelievable. And I look at my partner, Don, and next thing you know, he gets behind the snake's head and he's holding him by his neck. And this thing's hissing and making all kinds of guttural sounds. The guy's hand, the tips of his hand, his fingernails are already cyanotic. His fingers from his hand up are turning cyanotic. That's really the only thing that is emergent. His airway's fine, he's breathing fine, he's got a pulse, he's obviously got a blood pressure. His skin color's good, except for his hand. I turn to the cap, or the cap starts talking. He's like, I've got the curator on the phone from the local zoo. And this guy is giving him instructions on the best approach to get this snake to release its grip on this guy. And so he's on the phone and he's like, yeah, and he's listening. And of course, we're all turned and watching Cap and waiting for him to give us the next step. The Cap finally comes back and says, okay, guys, here's what we got to do. We got to find something rigid. He said, the guy said, like a credit card. And everyone starts reaching in their pockets, including me. And I'm opening my wallet and I'm pulling out my Visa or MasterCard. And all the firefighters are doing the same thing. We must have had 4 or 5 plastic cards. Everyone holding up their plastic card. And he gets back on the phone. He's like asking him to repeat what he said. He says, okay. He says, the front of the snake's mouth, you need to take that card and quickly and forcefully push the edge of that credit card into the upper gum line of this snake's mouth. He says he won't like it and he'll release his mouth, or hopefully he'll release his grip, and then you can go from there. He says, get as many guys as you have, get a hold of the snake, one at the neck, one, 3 feet down from that, and so on down towards the tail. So we had, 4, myself and 3 firefighters, I think, including Don, all in a chain down this snake's body into the kitchen. And so we're all ready. We got this snake untangled. We got him straightened out. I wasn't the fortunate one to swipe the credit card. One of the firefighters gets up to him. He's like trying to, and he gets lined up and he's like, okay, guys, I'm going to go for it. Captain's still got the guy on the phone. He's got him on hold. And this guy just gets it as close as he can. The snake's hissing and moving and squirming. And we're trying to maintain this boa constrictor. And he does the credit swipe and he jams it in there real quick and pulls it back. And that snake does exactly what the curator said it would do. He lets out a noise and he opens his mouth and the guy pulls his hand away and he kind of scoots away. The owner of the snake, he goes back in the back bedroom and he gets a big burlap sack or pillowcase, whatever it was. And he's like, here, put him in here, put him in here. So we sat there and we fed this snake tail first, and he helped put this snake down into this bag. Snake secure. Patient sits down on the couch with us. We're taking a look at his hand. It doesn't look good. It's still purple. And said, well, I'd have somebody take a look at it if I were you. And he's like, well, I don't have the money and I have no insurance. We said, well, tell you what, we're going to advise you to go, that you need to be seen and that you're refusing, and then we'll have you sign a piece of paper, what we call an AMA, against medical advice. And then he signs it, and we ended up leaving the scene and hoping that he's going to, follow advice and get to the ER. We did, sometime after, did a follow-up, made a phone call to the hospital that he more than likely would have went to. And we asked him, by any chance, did a guy come in, had a cyanotic hand from a boa constrictor that was wrapped around his arm? And they kind of chuckled and said, nope, can't say we saw one of those. So apparently he didn't go in. It must have gotten better on its own. Well, it didn't end there. We ended up having a Christmas party that year in December. Don and I, my partner, were sitting at the same table. I think it was a guy came up to the microphone and he said, we have a little something special to present this year. Before we present the award, we have a movie that we put together that we would like you all to enjoy.
There's a big snake in the plane, Chuck! Oh, that's just my pet snake, Reggie! I hate snakes, Chuck! I hate them!
And at that point, Don and I looked at each other and smiled, and we realized they're doing a special on us, on our call. And then the lights came back on. The presenter looked over at us and started telling everybody about the crazy call that we had encountered with this boa constrictor. They had plaques made out for us with the, I think it was 1997 crazy paramedic call of the year. And that was our recognition for that once in a lifetime call. Guys, again, it's always a pleasure telling you this, as you were.
Test, 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 test. There, it came back. That's weird. It stopped. It stopped on its own because nothing was unplugged. I had to unplug it and plug it back in to the computer. There we go. Okay, you're good. Oh, I was saying, what happened to Tween? And then I read, oh, that's right. She went upstairs because they were driving the dog and it was too late, and that she had a really big twang to her voice. And I was saying, well, everybody has a twang. Depends on who sounds or who you determine sounds different. Well, I was trying to follow your song and you kind of lost me. I was like, what do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Throw him in a boat with the captain's daughter. Throw him in a boat with the captain's daughter early in the morning. I don't know that song. Hey, way, hey up. She rises, way, hey up. She raised early in the morning. How do you sing that? Oh, oh, man! I had to close my cam like that because I was literally nodding off, and I'm looking at the clock, going, "Is it only 11?" That's because I woke up early this morning and then couldn't get back to sleep and ended up staying up all day. That's why. Well, this turnout tonight is really quiet this evening. It's just you and well, Moore was in here earlier. What happened to you, Moore? From Spain. And Zach he must be hurting. I can imagine if he's got a suspected broken arm with shoulder involvement. That sounds horrendous. Sounds worse than me at 62. Just you and I. Now you get me started. Just you and I. Here, wait. Just you and I. Oh my gulai. Where's the musical notes? I usually have them on my Xbox. I know where to find them on my Xbox, but I don't know where the musical notes are here. Where are they? Wheelchair, running, fingers, pointing, hands. Where are they? Oh, here's some, I guess. Wait. Aha. Here we go. You got a friend. There, I find them. I finally found them, Jason. They're way down the list. Well, now they're in my history, so now I don't have to look for them, right? Yeah, there they are. They're in my history, so. Let me just plug in my guitar. Oh, my goodness. You got a friend. Who sang that? Was that Carol Carpenter? You got a friend. Oh! Oh, maybe your drum kit? Where's your drum kit? Wait a minute. What is that? Oh, that's a snare drum. That's not a kit. That's just a snare drum. You need the whole drum kit. That's the drum set. Is there a drum set? You know, with all the cymbals and the tom-toms and bass. Holy moly. You know what I need? I need something to, like, maybe like a soda. What about a ginger ale? Let me be right back. Hold on. Let me go get it. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Alrighty then. There we go. Okay, you're deaf again. I was saying, I was reading do you have time to listen to me whine about everything and everyone? Is that a song or is that actually something you want to do? Oh my gosh. That'll wake me up. Holy moly. Oh, it is a song. Ugh. Oh, Green Day. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Come back. Ween? Tween, I mean. Ween. Is it Ween or Tween? Ween? Ween. You know what? I'll bet you after midnight, this stream will pick up again. Because that's what it did at 1:30 in the morning until, all hours in the morning. Oh, wait. What's that? Or was that? Oh, I'm sorry. This was way earlier. Okay. Never mind. So how's your family, Jason? How's your kids? Yeah, or tell me about after you get done telling me about your kids. Talk to me about your job. I can show you another video that is involves police, firearms, and EMS. If you want to hear and watch a story that I put together, would you like to hear that one? I was involved in up in Oregon again. I think this is this is it. Yeah, let me, it was one of those gunshot wound, and we were to stand back until the scene was secure. And by the time we got there, the scene was already secure, so we were already clear to go in. So let me show you that one. Guys, I've got an incredible story to tell you. This one took place in Oregon, Washington County, Oregon. I was a paramedic up at Metro West Ambulance in Washington County, Oregon, around 1996 through 1998. Moved the family up there from San Diego and began working for them. I was working the night shift, 7P to 7A, with turned out to be one of my favorite, best partners I've ever had. His name was Don, and he was a big Nordic guy, stood about 6'3", glasses, toe blonde hair,
straight from the north. He looked like a Viking. Massive legs on him. He was a triathlete, cross-country skier, cyclist, runner, swimmer, and he was my partner. He was more senior than I was, so he was the senior paramedic. I was the new guy from San Diego. I think I was about as old as he was, but anyways. So we're doing the night shift, and we get a call for a GSW, which is a gunshot wound, which is always exciting. I think a paramedic, any paramedic would be lying if they said it doesn't raise their curiosity when a GSW comes over the pager or over the radio. So anyways, I think we were responding into a mutual aid area. Usually you got to stand back before you get on scene because it's a dangerous situation, and police officers usually respond first, and then once they deem the scene to be clear, we headed on in. I'm gonna guess it was 9:30, maybe it was later. And we get there, there's police on scene, no firefighters are there yet. One of the police officers is cordoning off the scene with yellow crime scene tape, and it's upstairs in an apartment complex. So we get our gurney, we leave it downstairs, we get our equipment, and we head upstairs with it. There's actually a police officer down at the bottom of the stairs. There's a police officer at the top of the stairs. There's a police officer at the entry to the apartment. And the apartment, let me just kind of describe the scene. Again, it's at night. We're upstairs, two-story apartment complex. And doors open. I walk in, and it's dimly lit. And the apartment looks empty. The living room has no furniture in it. There's boxes, look like moving boxes, shipping boxes, set randomly up against the wall. Don't know if they're moving in or moving out or what. There's a lady in the kitchen with the police officer, and she's crying. An officer points in the direction of the bedroom as we walk in, and the bedroom light is on, and there's got to be, I can see 2 officers at the doorway, and then more officers inside the bedroom. Oh my God, there's another fish right there. I just startled him. You know what? I'm going to stop right here. Before we walk in, I'm starting to hear a somebody's breathing rapidly. It definitely ain't one of the officers. I go into the doorway. I see this guy on his knees. He's got I don't know if he had his hands up on the bed or down at his side, but his upper torso is up on the bed. His knees are on the ground, and he's breathing in that manner I just described. I asked, what happened? The officer on the other side of the bed, in the bedroom, over by the end table with the lamp, signifying that he may have put a gun to his mouth and pulled the trigger. So first thing I asked was, where's the weapon? And the officer that I was asking looks at me, and he turns to another officer, and that officer turns to another officer, and then that officer looks back at the other officer, and they're like, we don't know. And I said, could you find it, please? So at that point, before I even put my hands on this guy on his knees, I wanted to make sure that the weapon was found and that I wasn't going to encounter it underneath him or on the ground and step on the weapon, kick it, whatever, and discharge the thing, and then we'd have another shooting. So at that point, they all started looking for the weapon. And shortly thereafter, the initial officer that I asked over by the nightstand said, I've got it. I found it. He says, it's right here between my feet. I've got it secure. So Don takes the position at the patient's head, cradling the patient's head in his two hands. And I begin trying to figure out, okay, where would be the best place to work on this guy? It was kind of cramped quarters there in the bedroom, up against the bed, and 4 officers, et cetera, et cetera. So I remembered the whole living room's open, big open space out there, not lit up, but it's open. So I said, Don, what about the living room? Let's get him out to the living room. He said, good idea. Well, in the process of cradling this guy's head in his hands, he's going through his hair. And I remember to this day, he says, found the bubbling brew. And I had to kind of look at him, and he's got his finger in the exit wound on top of his head, right around, what is that, the occiput, parietal occiput area right there in the back. And at that point, I took a flashlight and we looked inside of his mouth, and we saw what appeared to be the entry wound. It was deep in the where the upper part of the mouth connects to the throat for the lay people out there, and you could see a wound back there, and the exit was out the top of his head. So the guy's breathing. He's got a heartbeat. He's not conscious. He's not responding. And so the next step was to get this guy out in the living room. So Don got behind him, and I got his legs. And right about that time, right as we're picking the patient up, the firefighters arrive. The firefighter asks us, hey guys, what can we do for you? I said, we're taking him out to the living room. He said, got it. So they started assisting, and we got this guy out in the living room. We laid him down on his back. We were both signed off on paralytics, just to let you know what's available. So we obviously had an airway problem. As soon as we laid him down on his back, especially, for those of you that haven't encountered that before, gravity pulls it down to occlude their airway. So we had an opportunity to get out the mechanical suction, and it's a battery operated canister with a plastic catheter. It's about 1 foot long or so. It's called a yanker or a yanker cath, and the canister holds, help me out guys, how much does it hold? 1,500, whatever. So we get that going. I'm at the head now, and Don is down starting to look for IV access, and somebody else has him on the monitor. We got 3-4 paramedics working. I don't know if there was more than one firefighter paramedic, but I know the one guy was. Just to kind of paint the scene as well, now I'm noticing that there's not only a bunch of officers all standing around us observing, but again, there was low light. So a lot of the officers had their flashlights out, and they were I guess the overhead light in the apartment didn't work, or didn't have a bulb or whatever, but I remember them breaking out their flashlights, and they're all beaming their flashlights on us and the patient. And one officer looks, I kid you not, he looks like Colonel Sanders. I swear. He's got white hair, he's got a white beard, a goatee, he's got a white mustache, he's got glasses, or did he have glasses? I don't know. And he's got like 2 cameras hanging around his neck. And I just happened to look up at him, and I said, I've like motioned to his cameras, and he said, I'm the crime scene photographer. And I went, oh, okay, cool. Would you be able to document this for educational purposes? He's like, absolutely. So we got that going in the background. So I'm starting to suction this guy's mouth, and I am running into a problem. I can't stay up with the amount of blood that is forming in his mouth. As a matter of fact, there is like toothpaste thick tubes of clotted blood starting to push out his nose. Both nostrils are starting to push out clotted blood. And I thought, oh crap, this is going south quick. And all of a sudden, the suction machine battery starts to die. And my partner told a firefighter, down in the ambulance, in the back, or wherever it was. And so the firefighter takes off running. Meanwhile, I have no suction. And I'm trying to roll this guy on the side. I'm trying to use my fingers without getting my finger bit off. And I'm trying to prepare to intubate this guy. So, I mean, nasopharyngeal airways is just futile. It's just a mess. It was very stressful. Occasionally, the blood would occlude his airway, so he would stop breathing. And I was like, I didn't anticipate what was coming, but it was like a volcano. The pressure was building. He all of a sudden goes, I thank God I was wearing my glasses. I wasn't wearing any protective shield or safety glasses. I had actually prescription glasses that I was wearing. Wipe the patient's face and try to get this blood out of his nose and out of his mouth. It's like I'm waiting for the suction battery to come. Finally, the firefighter comes back upstairs with the battery, plugs that in, gets the suction machine working, and so I get a firefighter taking care of that. I start setting up to intubate this guy. Meanwhile, I'm looking down at my partner at Dawn, and they're struggling to get IV access. And I said, Dawn, what do you think? Paralyze this guy so I can intubate him? He's like, absolutely, but we ain't getting anywhere if we don't get IV access. I thought to myself, we got a paramedic working on one arm and another paramedic working on the other arm, and they're coming up empty. And so bells start going off in my head, and I'm thinking, opportunity to start an EJ, an IV in his external jugular. It's not a artery. For those of you that don't know, this is a vein. It's an external jugular vein. They got an IV established finally before I was able to gain access to his neck. So we had an IV. I remember the succinylcholine, that's the name of the paralytic, is down in the ambulance. And so again, this time Don, he's got the key. It's in the narc box. So he runs downstairs, Don does, and he comes back up with succinylcholine. We get that pushed. I think lidocaine was also in the mix. Atropine was also considered if the patient went bradycardic. So one of the other pieces of equipment that's required to intubate is a device called a laryngoscope. If I can describe this device, when it's unfolded, it's in the shape of an L. The handle is a battery pack. I think it takes C batteries, 2 C batteries. And then the bottom of the L is the blade, and it comes in different sizes for different sized people, anywhere from pediatrics to large adults. So I'm ready to intubate. He stops breathing. The guy's paralyzed. His muscles become flaccid, or they relax, not its natural tone. So we're not fighting against somebody that's trying to bite down or reach up and grab you when you're trying to get down deep into his throat and access his trachea. We finally clear this guy's airway well enough. I have the laryngoscope open, so you can kind of visualize that L is open. I think I'm down on my knees or on my stomach, and I insert the blade into his mouth. I get underneath his tongue and I lift up, and I start lifting his head up off the floor of off the carpet. And all of a sudden, my hand goes, oh! And I'm like, oh my God, what just happened? His head kind of clunks back down to the carpet, and I've got the battery pack in my hand up in the air, and the blade is still in his mouth. And I'm looking down going, what the? And I'm looking at, Don's looking at me, and he goes, Gary, the blade broke. And I went, no, I think it just came unattached. And I took the blade out of the patient's mouth. I take the handle, and I'm looking at, the connection where they both go together. And my partner says again, Gary, the weld broke. And I realized, oh my gosh, I've got a broken laryngoscope. From one thing to the next, I had an incredible airway problem. I got blood coming out of his nose like toothpaste tubes. He spits in my face. He covers everybody. There's no IV access, or at least it was difficult. We finally get access. We paralyze him. Now he's not breathing. He was breathing. At least he was breathing on his own before. Now we've taken away that respiratory drive, and the laryngoscope snaps in two. And I thought, holy crap. Dawn has taken off running downstairs to get the spare, probably underneath the seat or wherever it was. And the clock is ticking fast, and Dawn's not getting back fast enough. I've got a mess on my hands. This guy's airway's pooling with blood again. I'm turning it on his side. I'm trying to stay up with suction. I'm putting an ambu bag on him, blowing blood everywhere. When all of a sudden, before I could think of it, I hear some crinkling of plastic, and I look over at the firefighter, and he's pulling out the cricothyrotomy kit. And I said, that's a good idea. So that process began really quick. Dawn has yet to return. And right as we're starting to prep to do this, Dawn comes running back upstairs, and he stands over us and he says, that'll work. I'm straddling the patient. Literally, his head and neck is between my legs. I'm standing over him. And I assume that position so that I could get some leverage to penetrate the trachea, which was a little harder than I thought, and had to realize that if I didn't control this, I was going to go through and through his neck, or at least deeper than I wanted to. Removed the breakaway needle, got it inserted, inflated the balloon, secured it, and then attached the ambu bag, and voila, we got a secure patent airway, breathing for him. His heart rate's good. He's got a blood pressure. We've pretty much done what we can do. So time to cut butt for the hut and get out of there. So we packaged him, C-spined him, and then began the process carrying him downstairs to the gurney and got him en route to the hospital. En route to the hospital, he does become a little hypotensive and bradycardic. So we did end up administering atropine, which brought his heart rate back up, increased his blood pressure. We got him stabilized. Everything was good to go. When things can go wrong, they do. What a memory, huh? Crazy. Oh, just a follow-up on that crime scene photographer. I remember throughout that call that bright flashes of light were going off here and there, and that was him taking pictures. So I know it was 27 years ago, but if there's any remnant of that call, any photos still in archives or whatever, but yeah, I'll do my best. And if so, of course, I'm going to post them and share with y'all. See you guys as you were.
Oh, you still awake there, Jason? So, right, only an EMS. If I said I didn't miss my job, I'd be lying. It was a pretty cool chapter of my life. Wasn't very well paying, but it was pretty fun. Yep, crazy stuff. You're in the right business. That's for sure. Wherever there's people, there's job security. Right? your career will take you wide and far. Lots of opportunities to, even if you move and you don't end up, spending your entire career in one place, there's always a need for security, anywhere in the world. You can work overseas, with your skill set and get hired, wherever they need you, wherever they have positions to fill. Same with medicine. You can work wherever you want, really. How did you get started in uh, being a police officer? When you were 2? Oh, he was. Cool. Was that there in where you are now, or in another state? When you were 2, or this is later? Sorry. Silly, silly question. How did he give you his badge if he was dead? And how old were you? You remember this when he was in the hospital at 2? So go ahead. Go ahead. Jamie. Hey, Jason, I got to give you a hard time. Um, how long have you been in SWAT or in law enforcement? Period. I actually am eating a chocolate bar. No sugar added. I'm trying to stay awake. We're all yawning in here. And I just went upstairs and got a Canada Dry. And now I realized, okay, I didn't bring anything down with me except for that to drink. And I'm still struggling. Okay. Sorry, Jason. So how long have you been in law enforcement? I'm getting to a point here with this questioning. I'm gonna razz you about something. When you were 22, I was in SWAT police school when I was 25. And how long have you been in the field actually working? And you're how old now? You're 30. I think you're in your early 30s, right? Sorry, I'm doing it again. I'm eating my chocolate bar and muting myself. Okay, I was saying, I was asking you those questions because your vocabulary, your spelling is horrible. And I know how important it is for documentation, you know, in my line of work, I would imagine, as well as it is in your line of work. And, you know, whether in the event you get petitioned, or I'm sorry, not petitioned, but yeah, whatever that word is. I was just noticing that. Or so maybe they have digital, you know, you do your paperwork digitally now, but test. Okay. My audio's good. Jamie, are you there? You know, I have never had a Red Bull. I don't think I have. Maybe I've tasted it, but never went down that road. Coffee, I guess, is about as much as close as I get. Yeah, I did, Jamie. I've been hearing about it all down there in the South, Louisiana, parts of the U.S. that have never experienced snow. parts of Texas. Crazy, huh? Now, isn't there mountains or hills and canyons in the Panhandle? Or, yeah. So I got a member of the church here in Jersey that went to Florida, and he's living in that part of, I think, in the Panhandle somewhere, and he's talking about, getting weather there. Gotcha. Yeah, I think in Louisiana they had to borrow some snowplow, some snow equipment from Arkansas. Right. Hills in Pensacola. I've actually seen some pretty landscape there in that part of Florida. Some rolling hills and pretty property. Yeah, I was talking to my mom in San Diego. They're actually having fires now near their house in the north part of San Diego County. I was talking to my daughter in Florida, and she's like, "Oh, did you hear about Uncle Lanny, my brother?" I was like, "No, what happened?" And she says, "Well, they just got evacuated from their house because of fires nearby, and they had to sleep in a hotel room for a couple nights until they were cleared to come back." And apparently the fire didn't threaten their home, and I thought, what the heck's going on there? Who's starting fires in that part of California? And then she says, yeah, and grandma too, my mom. And my mom's even further south. And I thought, in Poway? Poway is the name of the town she lives in. So I called my mom, and she's like, yeah, well, we didn't have to evacuate, but a little further north of her, in another community, is where they ended up sparking a fire. You switch my headphones? Is that what you did? Yeah, pray for your mom and relatives. Well, again, so far, nothing near my mom's house per se. It's like 10 miles up the road. And it looks like I haven't even Googled it, but I just talked to her today, and she said they were, I think, in the cleanup stages of, the fire that broke out. So it's nothing like Los Angeles. But, that whole area of Southern California is a matchstick. I think I mentioned before that, that's the chance you take. If you want to live the more rural that you live, then you have to, it's like living in a floodplain. If you choose to live in a floodplain, even though there hasn't been a flood for 100 years, just realize you're in a floodplain, and that is, there we go. I'll have to switch cameras here because I just lost both batteries. There we go. Just realize you're in a floodplain. So if you get flooded out one year, then that comes with the territory. There she is. Nina. How are you, dear? Are you live streaming or you're finished? Well, it's 11. It's Udto in the Philippines. It's 12:50 hapon. Salamat, Nina. Oh, you're in your store? Okay. How are you, young lady? ¿Cómo está? Jamie, that's Nina, the XOFW TV. She's in the Philippines. You too, dear. You too. Wait, wrong camera. Sorry. I'm pointing at this camera over here. It's that camera now. I just lost my battery, so I had to change. Have you heard Burley Joe did a version of American Idiot, but he said don't want to be in an Elon Aganda. No, I didn't hear that one. Tell me about your friend. I didn't know about which friend just came back from the Philippines and what were they doing there? Just vacation or family, or are they Filipino? Ah, okay. She's from the Philippines. So she went back home, as they say. And Nina is in I'm trying to remember. Nina, saan ka again? Makati? Trying to remember. Marikina. Yeah. I was right. I remembered. Woohoo! Wait, she has been here for decades. Jamie, are you Filipino? Wait a minute. Wait. Why am I confused? It's like, wait, Jamie, you're not Filipino. The way you said she has been here for decades, that makes it sound like you're in the Philippines. Okay. What do you mean she has been here for decades? You mean here on Earth? Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, I was just talking to my asawa, my wife, and we were talking about her giant family. Her mother has, well, her mom is no longer alive, but she has 9 brothers and sisters. There's 10 aunts and uncles, and she expects me to remember every one of them and their children. And I'm like, I can't even. It's like for the life of me, I can't remember everybody's name. Oh, and the spouses. I'm supposed to remember all the spouses too. and she gets mad at me every time I make a mistake. But anyways, I was asking more details, that I didn't know about her family. And I would ask her questions like, what was it like when you were, this age? And did you have this program? And so on. And your wife is what, Jason? Oh, she expects you to remember all of her family? So then we got talking about, so when did they all get here to the United States? When did they immigrate? And we already discussed, and I already know when my wife first got here, and I started asking her details, where her first job was in Tennessee. From Tennessee, she went to Texas. From Texas, she went to New Jersey, starting in 1995 when she arrived here. So then I said, well, when did Tita get here, her aunt? And then she told me that. And then she's got an older sister, a couple of older sisters. And so I said, so when did they get here? And the eldest girl out of the 10 got here in 1972. And I went, what? 72? I was only 10. And so how old was she? And we figured out how old she was. Oh, so she's 10 years older than me. So she was 22. She said, yep, that's about right. Or 12 years older than me. And I thought, holy moly, she's been here in the United States almost as long as I have. and she's not even from the United States. And so anyways, that's when I started realizing, how much she's been here 50 years in the United States. And she was only in her own country for 22 years. Miguel, Nala, Marie, Penelope, Richard, Ricardo, Jesse, Linal. Boy, that sounds Filipino. Linal. And then my wife, Alice. Oh my gosh, you got it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Oh my gosh. Let's see if I can remember. Her mother is Cynthia. The next one is Raynor, Tito Raynor. He's the eldest boy. And then comes Joy. She's the eldest after her mother. And then after Joy is Tito Rodrigo. Got to get this straight because a lot of Rods in the family. And then Tita, the next girl, Joy, Rodrigo. Oh, and then I think it's Tita Luella. That's the one here in New Jersey. And then after Luella is Indai. Tita Indai. I don't even know her first name. She'd get mad at me if I said, I don't even remember Indai's first name. But it's Tita Indai. And then after Indai comes Paula. And after Tita Paula comes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my gosh. I got 3 more to go. Oh, I forgot one. Raynor, Joy. Oh, no, I didn't. Rodrigo. Luella. Indai. Oh. Joy. Indai. Paula. After Paula is, oh my gosh. I'm forgetting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, I can't even. I know the youngest is Tito Rod. He's the youngest. He's the boy. And here's the bizarre. Oh my gosh, don't go there. And then there's Rod. He's the youngest boy, but I'm missing two more in between. And Rod, because there's 10, Rod is younger than my wife's eldest sister, but yet he's the uncle of my wife and her sisters. The uncle is younger than the cousin. And that's not even to mention all the kids' names that go in between them. Crazy. And of course, my wife and her sisters and her brothers, they all have children. You know, the grandkids, the nieces and nephews. Oh my gosh. Kiko, Broad, Jameson, William, Lewis, Harris. Well, you're better than I am, Braxton. Oh my gosh. Are these your side of the family or her side still? Oh my gosh. Oh, and of course, you know, all her her uncles and aunts, they all have children. Oh my gosh. My side is easy. I've only got, you know, a lot of my grandma and grandpas are dead, and so it's only my mom is the only one alive, and then, you know, none of her mother and father are still alive, and so it's now myself, and there's 4 of us, and then we have kids, and that's it. That's just 4 children and our children. As far as my dad's brothers and sisters, well, he didn't have a brother. He had 2 sisters, and they're both dead. So they have children, our cousins, and we've kind of lost touch with them. So they've grown and have children that we've never met before. That's her side still. Oh my gosh. And I reunited with the ones in Illinois. The last was 2013 when I drove back to California from New Jersey, and I stayed at their place in Brussels, Illinois, population of 106. Still, it was 103 when I went back there in the 70s, and here in 2025 the population, I think, is 106. It's the increase. It's only increased by 3 people in what, 50 years? Let's see. You can even Google it. Brussels. There it is. Illinois. Population. 116. Oh, sorry. That's like 13 more people. Oh my gosh, Jason. Well, you must have a thing for... I mean, I'm pretty good with names myself, but, you know, when you don't grow up with them or you lose touch with them after, you know, you become adults and everyone's living in a different state now, you know, you don't... I never know because I don't know the names of their kids anymore. Or, you know, never knew the names of their kids or when they had them, et cetera, et cetera. Where'd you go, Jamie? You still there? And Nina, what are you doing? Are you still in the background? Yeah. Are you alive? Daisy is still live streaming, or is she? No, it looks like she's ended. It needs that page needs to be updated here. There we go. Kim, Lizel, Marianne, Gina, Barbie, Christine. Oh, there she is. Oh my gosh, I don't know that word, Nina. What is nakikini? It's like I should know that. I've seen that before, but I forgot. What's nakikini? I know you're going to tell me before I figure it out. Listening. Oh, okay. Thank you, dear. You see how easy that was? If I just knew what the word was. Yeah, you said before you don't know if you should mention it. I was asking, is your dad Lance? Oh, little hint. Green Day. I don't know Green Day. Sorry there, bro. So I wouldn't even know him if you told me. Thank you. I just Googled it, translated it. Nina, you're listening. You're still operating your store? Oh, Billy Joe Armstrong. Is he a member of Green Day or I don't know. Billy Joe Armstrong. Sorry. And what does he play? What instrument? I mean, I could Google him, I guess. I'm just relying on you. Oh, I remember. I know that face. Now that you say that, he's the lead singer, is he not? Or is he guitar? Oh, lead vocalist. Yeah. And guitar. I was right. Yeah. Oh, he's only 10 years younger than I am. He's my wife's age. Yeah, I'm looking at him now. I know that face. Yeah, what's the latest with Green Day? Are they still um, putting out music or? Oh, awesome. Oh, are they? How cool. Is mom still around, Jason? Is she? That's cool. Mm. Are they still married? I take it if she's got the last name still. Nice. And where were you born, Jason? Wow. Ever since the beginning, huh? They've been married the whole time. Heck was that? Yeah, I'm reading actually. So did you take up any music or playing an instrument at all? No, no instrument. What, I was bullied in music because I sounded like a girl? Well, you mean through your instrument or you mean just as a person? I was a drummer in high school, junior high school. A percussionist. Gotcha. Oh my goodness gracious! Ha 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 ha! And I'm sorry, you're 31 years old, Jason? $33. See, my daughter was born she's 36, so you're 3 years after her. That's 1991. Is that right? Yeah, you'll be 34 this year. Cool. You know, 35 was I might have mentioned this before to you. 35 was one of those revelation years. Don't know how or why it happened, but I told you I was in rock climbing circles for, 30 plus years, and it was all about me when I started at 19. And so for 15 years or 16 years, it was all about me, trying to get better. It was, at least rock climbing for me was more of like an individual sport. It wasn't a team sport. So, but you hung around a lot of people. So it was a social gathering, but it was kind of you were competing against each other, or at least you were molding yourself to be like someone else. You wanted to be able to get to a certain level of talent. And so every time I went out, it was about me. And then when I turned 35, I started, I became more of like a guide. And I was having as much fun showing people around the mountain or the area that I was climbing at, because I knew the area, and I realized how difficult it can be for somebody from out of state or from out of the country sometimes. When they're visiting an area they've never been to before, you spend most of your time just with your head down in a book or a map, trying to figure out where you are. And it's very disorienting sometimes, especially if there are trails and multiple trailheads, that you need to find. And they're not well marked. It's just one of those, you had to have been there and know that you make a right-hand turn here off of a paved or dirt road, and it's not always marked. And you're looking at the map and it's not, accurate as far as distance. And so I would see people on the road and you could spot them. You've never seen them before. Plus their head is down in their map or in their book, trying to figure out, and they got the book up and they're looking and they're kind of, looking behind and trying to find landmarks. And you can tell the other people are doing this and they're doing this, and you're like, okay. So I'd go up to them and say, guys looking for anything in particular? And they're like, yeah, do you happen to know where, and they're showing me in the book. And I'd go, oh yeah, you're real close. I said, follow me, So that was weird. It was like 35 years old was when I started becoming more of a guide for other people. And then at the same time, though, I was able to, okay, no problem. I was able to guide them and climb at the same time. Because once I got to the location, I would rope up with them and or take turns, and I was able to climb at the same time. Yeah, I bet many people Yeah, climbing took me let's see, I had the opportunity. I first had Have you? The volcanoes were outside of Mexico City. Well, you know what? And as much as I want to, oh, it's already 12:27. I did make it to midnight. But because of yeah, my being tired and feeling the effects of waking up early, I'm going to go ahead and head out like an infant and start the the end of the live stream, and then I'll be back on Friday night. Sound like a winner? A wiener? Hey, we'll talk more about Mexico City when Friday night. How about that? Oh my goodness! Your best man was DJ Daniel. All right, Jason. Thank you, Nina. Bye, dear. See you soon. Talk to you soon. I'll be there. Yep. COVID's real. I didn't have a good time with myself. Again, we'll talk more, okay? All right, Jason. Oh my! Hey guys, as you were